Nope. Hey, maybe? Yes? I see little bar graphs bouncing around on OBS. Can you guys actually hear me? Check, check. Hello, hello. Seems like it's working. In the meantime, messing around with Blender a bit while I... Cool. Thanks, Leo. Messing with Blender, eh? That's cool. 4 concurrent viewers. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the rainy Sunday Satisfactory stream. Kind of a blasé day here in rainy New Jersey. Anyway, let's get things booted up here whilst I ramble on. There we go. Deviant, hey. Hopefully you guys are hearing me. How's it going, man? Not sleeping today, huh? Oh, man. How's your Toyota doing, by the way? You're good at reading lips then, that's awesome. Oh, sorry. Nissan. How's your Nissan doing? Let's load the game. Totally gonna work stream. I guess we left off on day 18, eh? Let's load that up. All right, wow, here we are again. It hates me as usual. Well, it's old and cranky, you know. It's just what happens. How far along are you in the process? Whew, here we are. Yeah, well, I mean, if you really want to play with BIOS, it lives on as a project called Haiku. So you can look that up and kind of pine away at what it could have been. I'm sure it probably has no drivers for anything, but you know, whatever. The reason they call it Haiku, by the way, is I believe the built-in web browser, whenever it had an error, it would deliver the error messages as haikus. That's today's fun fact. No cranky, huh? So no air, no spark, or no gas, or they're not getting there at the same time, something like that, huh? Fun, fun. Still acquiring parts. It's definitely not going to run well without all its parts, I'm sure. But hey, you know, that's what projects are all about. Money pits and time sinks. I've known that. I've dealt with that a lot this week. I'll yap about it more when Jay and Julia get here, so I don't have to repeat myself. I'm sure they'll be interested. But yeah, I've had You know, Winston Churchill said something like, success is failing over and over again, but not giving up, something like that. And that's pretty much been, or going from one failure to the next and not losing, you know, not giving up, not losing hope. That's basically been my strategy this week. I've been really good at the failing part. I haven't really gotten to the success part yet. Oh geez. Tools made for a custom head gasket. Yikes. Really? So it's like so far out of manufacture that you can't get an off-the-shelf head gasket, and you have to get one made. That's crazy. The Amiga OS exists somewhere? I guess it does. Didn't somebody actually buy Commodore or something? Some fan rescued it recently? I didn't actually watch the whole thing. I know there's been like a YouTube saga going on about that. I'm only vaguely interested because while I loved Commodore a lot in the day, I'm not quite sure it needs to be rescued, but it was a cool company. So anyway, last week in Satisfactory land, we did quite a bit. We doubled our steel production. We built supercomputer factories. We unleashed more plastic into our ecosystem. We unlocked the drones. And we donned ourselves a very fashionable radiation suit. We also went and built us our assembly director unit factory, which is that first thing up there in the objectives up at the top right that we actually need to start feeding into our space elevator, which is this crazy thing up here. So that line is actually manufacturing our director systems as we speak. That should be probably this thing at the very end, I would assume. Probably right in this little thing. So this week's all about getting our aluminum products off the line, because now that we have unlocked drones, we've started our drone, started building our drone infrastructure. But that's gonna, once we get it finished, it's gonna deliver our aluminum or aluminium, however you'd like to say it. It's aluminum in this game, so our aluminum ingots will be delivered here, and then we'll be able to build out factories in this space here, making our aluminum products. We still have to finish getting our drones set up though. We haven't built the sister base to this one yet over at the good old aluminum factory. So that'll be next. Hey, did we not make a sign on this one? Oh, we did on this side. Gotcha. So anyway, that'll be the goal for today, I think, is basically finish setting up the drones, set up the aluminum factories to make a couple of aluminum products, and yeah, that'll be that. And we'll figure it out from there. Oh, this is actually supercomputers, of which we're not making any, because they're going out this way. And then going over here, combining with this, to make, there they are, assembly director systems. Okay, so, you know, 7 down and many, many more to go. So at least they're being manufactured. So while we're making our aluminium plant, we can do that. We don't have any short-term goals up on the screen, so we probably should paste them up just to remind us of what we need to do. Let's buzz on over to Get Spot and get us a new milestone to complete. Geronimo! All right, so last week we unlocked the drones. Next is nuclear power, which I don't actually care much about. I'm not quite sure if I'll build nuclear power plants. I didn't in my last game. I actually managed to just make enough power with normal fossil fuels to handle all my needs. I don't know if we're going to go through the trouble of messing with that here. Maybe we will. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. But we at least need to unlock it to keep going. It does unlock our magnetic field generator recipe, which is another thing we need up here as our next part for the project assembly. So, yeah, we need to do that. And it's just some fairly commonplace things, some decent numbers, but nothing crazy. It's going to require supercomputers, and we're currently dumping them into making assembly units, assembly director units, which is right here. So we'll probably reach those 500 and then flip this over and let 50 build up. What else we got? Advanced aluminum production. That's cool. Some more parts. I think these are probably going to be sub-parts for our engine. And then our rocket rather. So yeah, little by little, we'll go hand in hand and go up the chain of complication here. Anyway, let's select this milestone for now. We know we're going to need aluminum parts, though, so we will continue making that factory. Oh, I gotcha. Gotcha. You're running boost, so you need a little heftier gasket, or else it's just going to go. Interesting. Well, that's cool. Always something, man. I'm glad it's progressing, though. It's fun. For projects like that are just a lot of fun. I'm hoping I'm gonna get a space where I can actually work on cars in the near future. Hopefully next year that'll happen. Right now I'm still in my shitty little apartment in a nice neighborhood. Time consuming for sure, yeah. All right, well, I guess I need to build stuff, huh? Let's see where I left off. So I think pretty much everybody ditched me, and I kept playing for a little bit with basically nobody watching me last week. But all I really did was, I think I started setting up this drone thing here. So the complication with the drone thing was the fact that it needed fuel. So I actually had to build a whole, I had to basically patch into my plastics facility, my plastics and rubber facility, and have it produce a little bit of fuel for me as well. And then I had to upgrade my sorting over here, where the crap comes up from the ground. Where is that? That's up here, yeah. I had to upgrade my sorting to sort for both rubber, plastic, and fuel. So plastic goes this way, rubber goes off this way, and fuel is goes over here and fuels my drones, as well as allowing for excess to go just to the Obliterator 5000 here. See, we have excess fuel because we don't want things to clog our conveyor belts, because our sorter would just get clogged up and then nothing would run. So yeah, all that's been taken care of. So I think we actually have this drone port set up. We gave it a name of the homie port, which I'm not quite sure I like that name. But what else would we call it here? I mean, we could just be conventional. Eh, we'll think of something more, we'll think of something clever later. For now, home port is fine. All right, so we have to set up a drone port all the way out in the middle of our aluminum plants. And we have to build a drone to go back and forth between the two. So before I head all the way over there, I guess it's best I know if I have everything I need to make another port and a drone. So let's see. Transportation is going to require a drone port. Aluminum casings. Well, I'll be at the aluminum plant, so I can certainly make those there. We got more than enough of the reinforced whatsits and the edge connector thingamajiggies. The other thing is more aluminum parts. We got to make sure we have enough copper with us, though, because that's a mixture of copper and aluminum. So stock up on copper. We got more than enough RC units. We'll mix up a drone now. Lots of stuff. So that we have. That we can make. So we got to make sure we have motors. Basically, is really. I got to make sure I have that and AI limiters. 4 motors, 2 AI limiters. Circuit boards. AI limiters. We got them. And what else did we need? I've already forgotten. Motors. We don't have any motors, but I think we have them being delivered. Yeah, so we're good with that. All right, I should be good then. I think. I don't know what I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I hear you. That's interesting. All right. Well, I guess we got to swap out from my jetpack and then head off to bauxite in the boonies. Get off to a good high point here. Switch off to this guy. Do we have enough fuel? Where's my fuel? Oh yeah, plenty of fuel. All right, let's roll or fly. Let's jet. Guess we'll take the Tower Express here. This is probably not the smartest thing to do. Let me refuel over here. Probably wouldn't be good to die within the first half hour. Wow. The Jay and Julia duo are late today. Must be a sleepy, rainy day for them, too. Yikes. Let's not fall off the edge, shall we? Probably should make one of those, like, cannon things to just, like, shoot me over this way. Always something else to make. If I had my journeyman apprentice with me, maybe I could get that done, but he's a lazy one, that guy. I mean, hasn't even shown up for work today. Not even to drink tea or coffee. Alright, there's the shining beacon of aluminumness. Ah, there he is! Speak of the devil. Your ears must have been ringing, bruh. How's it going, Mr. Guru? Happy Sunday to you. Is it as rainy and dreary over there in Florida as it is up here in New Jersey? Here we are, the 0Calvin aluminium factory. So right now we have glorious, glorious aluminiums. Let me grab some. I need to make more of these things real fast. Ooh. And leave. Should just leave a crafting bench here forever. Aluminium cases. Just make a bunch of those. Hey, Carl. How's it going, buddy? Good morning or afternoon or night to you, depending on where you're at. Sunny skies in Miami. Jealous. Actually, it's been super, super beautiful here in New Jersey for the last several weeks, so I really can't complain. We actually need the rain, so, you know, not too bummed about it. As long as we don't get any hurricanes, meaning that season's rolling around, then I guess I'm happy. Ah, from Swedenland. Nice. Golden October. Yeah, it's been what we would call a Indian summer here in the States. Kind of unseasonably warm. Been pretty nice. It's good too. I live by the ocean, and we also call this the local summer because after we have a holiday here in America called Memorial Day. After that is basically when the visitors to the area, to the shore, to the ocean stop coming mostly from other states and clogging up all our facilities and the ocean and the beaches and the boardwalks. So us locals actually get to enjoy our own area now, so it's been pleasant. All right, so we want to make a drone port. Switch out my backpack again. We need a drone port, and we happen to have a chunk of space here. Let's see if it actually would fit. I was going to leave this for... I should probably leave this for future expansion, to be honest. I'll build a drone port off the deck here, I think. I think off this side here would be just dandy-o. So, let's see, that's number 5. And R to zoop it up. Zoop. Hey, that's not bad. I don't think it's actually much warmer than that here in New Jersey today. It was, it's been in the mid 70s, but we're hit a cold snap now. It's actually being more season. The temperature's more seasonable right now. Whoops. Come on, come on. There we go. All right, that should be enough room for a good old drone port. That would be under transport. Drone port. Hey, look at that! I actually have all the stuff, and I made way too much space as always, but that's fine. Let's see. I guess I'll leave some space, being that I have plenty. Stick it down like that. Gotta remember the 27 different shortcut keys here. Probably don't need super crazy belts. Let's see. Out of there to into there. Dude, I hear you with the PC. It is good. I actually, my apartment is heated by electricity anyway, so it might as well be productive. So in the wintertime, yeah, just queue up those renders or AI or AI generations or anything else you're doing. Keep things warm. Ooh. Really? Flat zero there, Deviant. Yikes. So where's Miss Julia today? Is it getting is it expensive where you're at there, Deviant? I don't think electricity is too crazy by me. I'm kind of in a New Jersey, especially, well, I'm kind of in the center, but northern New Jersey is very industrialized. We have also a lot of petroleum processing and power plants and things like that, so our power's, and of course we have a couple of nuclear plants around, so our power is actually fairly reasonable. Holy shit! $2,000? That's a month? Or is that for like the whole year? That's probably what I would... I don't even know if I would pay that all year. Holy shit, dude. That's insane. Wow. Yeah, mine's probably... I don't know, probably breaks 100 maybe. Depends on what I do. It's not crazy. 3 months. That's still insane though. Wow. Yeah, if I... Wow. That's quite a bit. Of course, my rent is sick, so... I live in a crappy little apartment, and my rent's like probably what most people would pay for a house, because I live in a fairly nice neighborhood. It's the price you pay for not getting shot when you leave your home, I suppose. Where like if a package gets misdelivered to some different address, somebody will actually go out of their way and bring it to your porch and leave it. So yeah, it's nice living. I don't know why this is just hanging out like that. Apparently I missed somewhere. She's in bed. Late nights. Okay, well. Yeah, I actually, just getting over a hangover. I kind of partied it up a little last night, so I'm just barely here myself. We'll let her sleep. Yeah, mine's about like that too, Jay. I think it's up there. All right. So yeah, my week's been pretty crazy. I was telling the Leo about it, or started to, but I stopped because you and Julia weren't here. But yeah, my week's been basically 2 steps forward and 1.5 back. So there's been progress, but it's been tough. Like I said, it's like Winston Churchill said that success was going from failure to failure, but not losing hope, or something like that. There's a lot of ways of phrasing it, but like success is finding out all the ways to fail and then working through each one by one. I've definitely got that down pat, but I haven't really reached the success point quite yet. I've had 4 different projects, and all of them have been more difficult than I'd like. So the first one was a molding project. So I can't really talk about it because I'm under NDA for that one, but I had to basically make a silicone mold of something for somebody, and I thought I was being clever. I thought of this like cool new way that I wanted to do it that was going to be really, really neat, and it required twice as many materials, but the end product was going to be really something special. So I went through it, and yeah, it was a miserable failure, and I wasted double the amount of material. So I had to buy the normal material that I would use over again and cast, did the mold, and whoop, yeah, it was fine. It's perfect. It came out great. So this week's been, I like to experiment with things. You don't learn if you don't experiment. I tried it. It didn't work, but, I learned. So it was cool. But anyway, so that was done, delivered. So at least in the end, there was success there. Another one was a 3D printing project, which ultimately ended in success yesterday. So that was, I have a client, a repeat customer, that they make like custom cables for the music industry. Namely, like patch cable, like all the patch cables that a band would use when they go to do a live performance. So all those little hookup cables between equipment, guitars, and blah blah blah. So they make those high-end cables, and they saw online, I guess, somebody's making a set of high-end headphones with the catch that you actually print your own plastic parts. So they give you the drivers and the cables and such like, and you print your own parts and then put everything together yourself. So they just give you the kit. So they thought that was clever, and they actually even released the CAD files for $5. You can buy the CAD files for the plastics. So I was actually able to put this company's logo on the headphones and then print out the plastics for them in their company colors. So I think they plan to sell the headphones or along with their cables and stuff like that. So I haven't delivered those yet, but I did finish printing them yesterday, and that went pretty well. But the company that provides the plans for the 3D printed parts were even so thorough as to provide they call it slicing. So that's the program that comes up with the code that you feed the printer to make the shapes. Normally you take a 3D object like an OBJ or an STL, and you feed it to the slicer, and then you input all the parameters on how you want the printer to create it, and then it creates the G code for the printer. They basically provided the projects pre-set up for the different slicers. So I was able to just load the project more or less, swap it over to my printer and hit print. Unfortunately, that didn't work out because we had to swap one of the material types, and so I had to, long story short, one of the set of materials didn't come out right because I was following their formula instead of my usual one. So I just had to reprint those set of parts. So it set me back like 10 hours of printing, which was a little annoying, but it is what it is. Not even 10, more like 6, I think. Customer actually bought the materials though, so I just wasted some of their material, I suppose. But that's yet to be delivered. That'll be delivered later today, maybe. So hopefully that goes well. Let me just catch up on the chat. Yeah, so far so good. So those have been the successes. Unfortunately, those have been the less lucrative projects I've been working on. Those were fairly low-end things. I'm working on I'm working on 2 projects for probably definitely my biggest customer, which, believe it or not, is a guy who makes soap as his main product. He's the owner of a company called Source Soap here in New Jersey. They've been on, damn, now I'm blanking out. My mind wants to say Kickstarter, but not Kickstarter. Shark Tank. They've been on Shark Tank and everything, so they've been pretty successful. They were actually successful before they even went on Shark Tank, and that just boosted their popularity. But I've been with them since the beginning, and they're one of my best successes. I have a side, in case you guys haven't picked up, I do like prototyping and stuff for people. So he has another project that he's working on. Like, he has one product that's already out called a sore tool. So his main product is a sore soap, which is soap you can also use to kind of like massage out sore muscles in the shower. So that's his main thing. He has a sore tool, which is a piece of plastic that it's actually called a grasping tool or something like that, which is really an official medical device, but you carry it with you when you're jogging and exercising and such like that, and after you've worked out, you can use it to massage out your sore muscles so they don't cramp up. That's the idea behind it. So he makes these plastic tools as well. I used to make them for him, but I would cast them because I don't have injection molding stuff here, of course, in my living room. So I was casting them, and it was a pain in the ass because I was using an open-ended mold and I have to do all kinds of sanding and shit, and it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. And I basically said, yo, dude, you're making enough of these. You need to actually have these professionally done and have them injection molded, which he eventually did. The problem is, I told him that if he has them molded, they have to be really careful with, because they're going to do a 2-part mold, and right where the seam is in the mold goes right around the edge of this tool, and that edge is what you rub against yourself. So if there's any flashing, it's going to be sharp, and of course that's not good to scrape your skin with. So I guess he's having trouble with that very thing, so he's asking me to name my price to make them again. So my project is to figure out a way to easily make that at home that isn't going to kill me and use up all my time. My old molds were single-sided silicone, and that still left really a weird lip because, you know, like the meniscus kind of pulls up on the side of a mold, open-ended mold, so it leaves like a weird edge, and you have to sand that down, and it was a pain in the ass. So I figured a nice, clean 2-part mold would be good. Sorry, I was just reading chat. Yeah, so I figured a 2-part mold would be good. And in the past, I think I've loosely tried to make that out of silicone. I'm trying to remember the failures I had. I had a couple, and some of it was just the design of the mold, because you have to really, the casting material I had a really, really short pot life. Like, I'm talking 2.5 minutes, which is really not enough to mix it and degas it and pour it. I could just get it done into an open-ended mold, but in a closed mold, you would start to thicken up before I could even pour it in the spout, you know. Because basically you're filling it through a spout on the side. The mold would be up on its side, and you're pouring it in a filler, you know, kind of through a sprue, and of course you'd have an air vent at the highest point, so that air back out. But yeah, that just totally wasn't working, and I think the silicone was still leaking, and if I tried to tighten it up, then it would be squished, and the product would be malformed. So I kind of shoehorned it, because at the time I had a full-time job, and I really didn't want to mess with it. But now I'm revisiting it, and I found this. I have a really nice resin printer. It's a pretty large one too, which allows me to print. I can print these molds directly, because I found a material that's supposed to be rubber-like. But of course, false advertising, it really isn't rubber-like, it's just soft plastic-like. And the difference of that is that soft plastic-like things are soft. In other words, they're easily ruined with scratches or whatever, and that's not very good in a mold. So that was kind of my failure number one, in a way, as I tried to make molds out of that to use for this casting. Failure number two is when I tried to cast with the material. Of course, I still had the problem with the pot life, which can be solved by using another material. But also the problem was, no matter how much mold release I sprayed on the thing, they would still try to bind together. They're just like super compatible, and they would just glue themselves together, which is not very good in a mold. So I had to nix that. But with that failure came some success, because another project of this guy is he's launching another product that involves, it's sort of adjacent to the soap. It's more like a hand bar, cream bar thing. So basically it's mainly beeswax and some other additives that you would use for skincare or whatever. I guess he's trying that. Rubbing wax all over yourself doesn't sound like a super great idea, but whatever. That's his prerogative, not mine. I just make the molds. So I found out these resin printed molds actually work really well with wax. So that was kind of my fail, but succeed. So I'm actually able to spin off those successes, or that failure, into a success, and I'm now printing resin molds for him to use. And being that it's just with wax, I really don't have to worry about. I think he can be careful enough with them to not scratch the important surfaces. I have to figure out a good way to clamp them for him, but other than that, I think they're going to work out. I do have a plan B, which is to use the resin printer to make molds, to make silicone molds, to make the wax things for him. So I actually have that backed up, and I can make them very precise. There's many things. Meanwhile, I'm back to trying silicone molds with my resin thing. So yeah, I haven't actually delivered on either of those projects, but I'm failing in a way where I think I'm finding my channel. CNC them out of billet. I actually can do that. I have a CNC milling machine, believe it or not, that I can kind of get away with using in my apartment, probably, although it would be a little noisy. I used to have it in my workplace. They let me borrow the space to keep it while basically in trade for them occasionally asking me to make stuff with it for them. I don't have that option anymore. It would be too far away for me to keep it because that place has moved. But it's small, it's a mini thing. It's like, it would fit on a desk. It's not like a big ass milling machine that you're probably thinking of in a real machine shop. I can make an aluminum mold though, no problem. Well, I say no problem, it's a little annoying, but I have done them in the past for injection, like low pressure injection molding and things like that. So that is an option, which I might even use for myself to make this. With casting, it should work really well, because I don't have to worry about keeping them warm or anything for injection molding and stuff like that, because I'm casting. You actually want it to cool down during the cast because the heat actually makes it cure faster. So it's a possibility. That's plan C, probably. So the resin didn't work, so I'm probably going to cast it out of a harder durometer silicone or polyurethane or something like that. Although polyurethane would probably be a bad idea because that's what I'm ultimately going to cast inside of it. So silicone's probably the way to go. Yeah, and it's been fun. I haven't really let it beat me down because a lot of it's really exciting to me. This is the kind of stuff I love doing, and I love playing around with materials and processes. And it's been a little bit of a money pit, a waste in materials in a way, but I kind of have a budget for that stuff as just R&D, you know. Sometimes you have to waste that to figure out your processes and better ways of doing things. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, so that's how my week's been going. It's been half success and half failure, but those failures I still have success in the horizon, I think. I have ways to getting there. So I'm actually in the middle of, my printer's paused right now, but if I look to my right, I see some ABS molds in my traditional printer. If I look to my left, I have some resin molds that I need to cure, and another one I need to start as soon as I'm done the game. I'm basically throwing a bunch of shit against the wall and seeing what sticks. Yeah, I mean, I could do that in the virtual world. Correct, Jay. I've been enjoying the real world for a while. Might get back into, I do kind of want to get back into the virtual world only because this is a great time of year. I love Halloween and doing spooky stuff, so I'm kind of really getting into the idea of doing some spooky characters. Sort of like that, the guy with his eyes and his teeth, his mouth and his eyes and his teeth swapped, I guess you could say. That was a creepy character. Anyway, I guess we should probably play a game a little bit while I talk. Just wanted to unburden my soul a little bit. Ooh, what is that thing doing? Spewing sparkle dust on my pump. I don't even know. What are you doing? Are you trying to pollinate that? Who knows? Okay, drone port. Drone ports need fuel, and apparently it needs fuel. Oh, actually, I should be okay. I only need fuel on one side of the trip. So as long as I give this thing electricity, and I guess I'll have to make the drone at the other port so it actually gets fueled. but that's fine. Yeah, I should be good. That should be good. I gotta give this thing some electricity. We should probably set it up first. See if I remember how to spell bauxite. B-A-U-X-I-T-E. Is that it? Bauxite. In the booze port. Actually, let's call it the. Let's call it really what it really is. The aluminium port. There we go. I think basically I don't define whether this is incoming or outgoing. It can actually does both ways. It actually has an in and out, each of these, and it picks up from one. So if I actually needed material this coming back this way, I could actually do that with the drum as well. It's actually bi-directional, which is pretty nice. So basically I just got to give this thing some electricity, which is as easy as going bink, bink. And I think our work here is done, believe it or not. Look, it's filling with aluminium and M&Ms. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, that's great. We can zip back over to... I'm going to grab some for the road here, just in case I need it. And yeah, we'll bounce back home and make a drone and get this party started. And then we can start building factories. Silent Hill, for sure. Yeah, he was spooky. I like that character. I have another one I'm trying to make. I don't know if it's necessarily a spooky character, but I thought it would be fun to take advantage of Character Creator 5's basically one and only redeeming feature right now, which is the HD morphs. So I'm going to carve up an HD character. I'm going to make a tree ent. So an ent is basically a walking tree character. So if anybody remembers Lord of the Rings, you know, or that kind of fantasy bullshit, it's basically a big tree, big like oak tree or something similar, that sort of has a face and the trunk, and its hair, of course, is the leaves. And the feet are, you know, the roots that are kind of split apart. And its hands are kind of branches. So yeah, I'm gonna try to make something like that. So it's gonna be a lot of work in Blender and a lot of work in Substance Painter, I guess. I had a go at it, started to get the rough shape of it in Blender, but that's as far as I've gotten, and then I had to spend the last couple of weeks in the real world, so I haven't gotten back to it, but hopefully I can deliver on these molds sooner than later this week and I can get back to it. All right, Geronimo. Get Mr. Jetpack back on and head back home. So I'm good here, right? This thing is powered and happy and stuffs, right? I'm feeding it aluminum and M&Ms, and it has power. It doesn't have fuel, but that's probably fine. I think I'm good. All right, let's go home. The downside of all this industry is that pretty much everything I've been working on this week has been toxic. So the resin I use for 3D printing is horrible for you. It has terrible, terrible fumes. If you get it on your skin, it'll basically cause chemical burns. It's very unpleasant. Then I've been printing with ABS, which is in my normal traditional FDM printer, which is also horrible stuff because it gives off terrible fumes. Then I'm also mixing up silicones and epoxies and urethanes and stuff, and pulling out the fumes out of those because I have to put them in a vacuum chamber to get the air out. So I've had to keep the apartment well ventilated, and of course we've just hit a cold snap the last couple of days while I'm doing it, so I get to freeze my butt off. It's been super fun. Look at this, that's beautiful. People say it's spaghetti, but I think it looks like a happening city right there. I don't think it's too bad. Looks like I'm running out of fuel. I need to land pronto. All right. Hello, drone ports. Let's pop on over to the command. Whoa! Let's pop on over to the command center here. We can feel official here. Ah, Guru, say hi to Mom for me if you haven't already left, which you probably have. Hopefully he'll join us again later. All right. Talking about my personal life killed off all the viewers. Cool. I got 3. That's all I need. All right, so let's build a drone, huh? Organization, transportation, drone. Well, it looks like I actually can build it. Boom. If only building drones was quite that easy. Okay, so he's built, so I think I have to now program him to do what he needs to do. He's got no destination. So this port, so home port, your destination is going to be the aluminium port. And a relevant port is the aluminum port, and your destination is going to be the home port. So it'll just make a continuous loop. Here's your status. Probably that it doesn't have fuel. That should be okay. Tell me why. You're unhappy, buddy? Bye-bye, drone. Incidentally, you used to be able to ride on top of these, but I think nowadays it starts to travel and you just die, which is kind of annoying because it used to be fun to hitch a ride on them. You know, all ports plus one other port. Well, shouldn't you just show me all of them? I know it's this port. It's weird that it doesn't actually tell me why it's yappy. Let's look at the map and see if our drone makes the circuit. Looks like it's already parked in bauxite in the boonies. No, where is it? There's the drone. There's the drone. Cool. Drone status takeoff. En route. Yeah. Cool. Guess it's doing its thing. I see it moving again. If you look up top there, you look at the map, it's en route back to us. Looks like things are working. Now have Amazon drone delivery services up and going. Drones are the future. It's the only way to deal with crap-ass terrain like this. Fuck trains, man. That's all I gotta say. All right. There it is. Here's our aluminiums. Hand delivered. Good job, drone thing. Whoa, whoa. Just fell off my high horse. Who puts the ladder right behind you like that? That's OSHA violation. Oh, there's our aluminiums being lowered in. Oh, there it is. Awesome. We should probably make some auxiliary storage coming out the back of this thing. Just for now, at least. Alright, so the outside port is right there. Let's get Mr. Hover thing back on. Logistics. No, that would be organization. Alright, we got a machinery in the way. That's no biggie. Let's get the speediest of all things there, so it just unloads really, really fast. So it won't back up. Alright, there's our aluminiums. Now we have to actually do something with it, I suppose. Oh yeah, nice. Totally got monorail action here. Just make a train station. See, we got, it's as easy as doing that. Trains. Maybe we'll make a train in this one. I don't know. Not sure. It's kind of up there with nuclear power and my things I don't really feel like messing with list. Speaking of things I got to deal with here. Aluminum. So, we got 2 aluminum products we need to make. We got aluminum castings, which is simply taking our bulk aluminum ingots that are being delivered and smashing them into shape with a constructor. So that's stupidly easy to do. So we can do that for sure. You know, I should probably take notes what my aluminum throughput is. I really should know that. I really need to know that so I can divvy up things properly. Okay, well, we'll make the hike in a second here. We also need clad aluminum sheets, which are apparently, again, just the aluminum ingots, which are being delivered, which is cool, and copper ingots. Smushed together, a little bit of copper, mostly aluminum, makes these sheets. So we can do that. In fact, I believe we have spare copper right back here, so we don't even have to dig into our current copper. We can just manufacture some copper ingots right here and feed it into our line. So that would be pretty nice. Just got to get rid of this little bit of nature here. There we go. Tidy up the place a little. There we go. So that seems pretty straightforward. I just got to plan out. There's not much to do as far as making those. That'll go pretty fast. Alright, so that's done on an assembler, and that's done on the constructor. It makes sense. Alright, so all I have to do, I should know how much aluminum is being delivered or being produced before I really go to town. I would like to tune things somewhat reasonably so that I'm doing I'm using them effectively, I suppose. Right. Sorry about this, people. I'm going to make another sojourn to the bauxite in the boonies. Feel free to take this time to have a snack or a cup of coffee while we travel. I may do the same. Will he make it? Will he make it? Yes, he will. Definitely have to make a more efficient means of going back and forth. Shame I can't catch a ride on the drone. I guess I could try. I could try again. I'll try going back home. Just for laughs. If nothing else, we die and we get home faster. Man. This is a lot of work just to get a number. I know most of you are probably surprised that I even care so much about numbers, because I normally haven't in the past, but we are getting to the point in the game where I have to be semi-efficient. All right, So, get my notepad here. So currently doing 120. And it looks like we're getting plenty of everything delivered. I'm actually going to slug it up here a little bit. So 150. So I'll do at minimum 120, probably 150. How we do it on power production anyway? Looks like we still got about 1,000 megawatt overhead, so we're good to make the next factory, I think, which is fine. Alrighty, so we got our number. Let's go back home. So we were going to try to take the drone home, yeah? Where's my drone? Hello, Mr. Drone, where are you? Our drone is... Lucas! Hey, buddy. Look, we got drones. Set up drones to deliver our aluminiuiuiums over to home base where we're going to make aluminiuiuium products. How are you? DAS to CC5, CC4, FBX transfer issue. Still struggling, man. You're really beating your head against the wall against. I kind of gave up on that stuff until they get around to fixing it. It seems like they borked up that process quite a bit. Attack of the drones. Mr. Drone, where are you? Oh, you know what? Ironically, I don't think the drone is going to come back. So we might not get to ride it. I think it may not come back because I think we might be filled. Oh no, there it is. I guess we're not filled up quite yet. Let's hope everything's not backed up over there, or else it's never going to take off. Because we're not actually using this aluminum for anything right now. Anybody, we need a seatbelt. See if we can ride it. Used to be able to do it, but I'm not sure. I loaded up my old game, and I think after one of the updates, I don't think you can ride these anymore. I think they kind of either kill you or knock you off. Yeah, exactly, Lucas. I think it might be close to being filled. Apparently not quite filled yet. I did set up a storage, so I think it's still dumping into my storage. Oh God, here we go. If nothing else, it'll give us... Woohoo! Drone Express! Yeah, this is the only way to travel. We didn't die yet either. God. This is fun. Oh, look out the tree! Tree! Ah! Oh, yeah, that was much better than the jetpack. Thanks, buddy. Alright, home sweet home. Yeah, almost filled, not quite. Alrighty. Let's get my jet Let's get my pack of superiority here, so I can look down at the world and judge it. All right, let's set up copper real quick. Boink. Probably going to be wasteful for now with it. I don't know. Basically, how did I set it up over here? That into 3 overpowered things. Yeah, it makes sense. I'll do the same. Might as well. I'm going to use a lot of copper, so might as well create it. It's always good to make copper. Production. Yeah, invalid, but I don't. I mean invalid placement. Oh, gotcha. There's a big lump of copper in the way right now. There we go. Come on, let's see if I can maybe hit the right key button. I like my grid visible so I can line things up slightly. Okay. Let's do the thing. We want this guy kind of like that. Beautiful. Yeah, I have a shortcut for a reason. Look at me trying to line things up. Yeah, Lucas, for sure. We're getting into the complicated crap now, so this is where things start to bog down. So we recently unlocked phase 4. We're manufacturing the very first thing up there, the assembly director unit or whatever. So that's actually being made right there. We haven't unlocked any of the other goodies yet. But in preparation for that, I'm kind of starting aluminum manufacturing because I know I'm going to need a lot of that. I'm kind of killing a little bit of time while these things are being made. But yeah, we got a ways to go, but you know, that's fine. All right, 240. Copper, please. All right. We'll be drowning in copper now. I'm not going to power all of these up. I only need one for now. We'll leave the other two be. But we're making them. If we need them, we got them. All right. I'm going to kind of looky up recipes real quick here. Oh, fractions, eh? Alright, so we're going to need 90, basically. Base level. Man. And that's going to require 30 base level, I think, which just happens to coincide with our 120, so we can just build normal, and we should be okay. Okay, we'll just keep it stupidly simple for now, and adjust as necessary. Yeah, it makes sense, Carl. You know, I didn't even think about that. I'll keep that in mind for next time. I guess it makes sense because you can do that for inventory. Half the time I'm kind of thinking of how many and what I want to do, so I kind of do it one at a time. But yeah, I appreciate the tip. Hey, drone. That drone just went right through me. That's creepy. Anyway, we got to split up our aluminum. Regular splitter should be fine. And the simple one can go here. So the simple one is just going to be a constructor. And the one next to it's going to be an assembler. It should be dead simple. So you're going to make stuff. Aluminum castings, please. And you are going to make MacLeod sheets. Yeah, 90 and 30. Sweetness. Okay. Alrighty, and we just need some copper into that, buddy. So we can just do that. Are we gonna go right over our drone port? Yeah, we are. Probably, at least for the look of the thing, probably shouldn't do that. I mean, I know it still works. All right, we'll go around just for whatever reason. It's kind of overkill. Yeah. Let's see how we want to do this. That's going to get right in the way. Why don't I just use the one from the right thing? Yeah, that would be smart. I can use any of these. So we'll just do some business like. This is really janky. Oh, it's going right through my thing. It's kind of the aesthetic I was trying not to do. Yeah. Don't actually need this then. There we go. That's okay, a little jank, but you know, that's fine. That's on brand. He's making our copper. He's making plenty of copper. We actually don't need so much, do we? We can actually dial him down for now. Yeah, we're gonna need 10 for now. All right, so that's more than enough. All right, that should do it. Let's just make a place to store this, and then that should be it. Yeah. Guess we shall turn it all on then. Hopefully we don't blow any fuses. That is not what I want. Keep them on standby when and if we need more copper, which I'm sure we will. I'll let him do his thing. Got beautiful copper coming down here. Now we just got to power up those two machines. Go. There we go. We got aluminum products being aluminized. Ta-da! That was actually pretty easy. Well, I'm gonna have some victory tea. Looks like we're low on computers, eh? Plastics, well, we can't eventually up our plastics again, but we already did that last week. Circuit boards might be a little running behind a bit. It's just being held up by plastic. So it looks like plastic's still our choking point here on. I will probably work on that off camera at some point. So we already spent last week messing around with making more plastics. Oh well, it is what it is for now. Why do I have a dismantle crate? I'll have to track that down one day. Ah! Look at that. 1/10 of the way already. Alright, let's feed this thing some of the stuff we need for nuclear power. Might as well kill some time. Supercomputers we're consuming right now for our director system, so I'm not really worried about them. Heavy-duty boxy things. We can certainly scrounge up some of them. believe there, ouch, hit my head. I believe we've got plenty here. I need 200. Alrighty, so there's that. Now we need 1,000 cable-y things. Concrete and cable. Cable's over here. Copperland. Should be one of these. This one. Plenty of that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. And now some good old concrete. I guess maybe I will have to kill some time with plastics. Because what else am I going to do with my life? Hey, little guy. Oh, where am I going? Concrete. Let's look this way. Concrete should be around the corner. There's concrete. $2,000. Sweet. Excess is nice. Hey, drone. All of those. Remember we had a shortage of those? It warms the heart to see so many. All right, buddy. Here's all your stinking stuff. We just need 50 supercomputers. What's our next thing? Advanced aluminum production. Radio control units. I guess I could start making a radio control unit factory. More damn computers we need. Man, we need a lot of computers. I think in my first game I already had that. I had one, whatever they call it, the manufacturer, I think it is. I think I only had one manufacturer chugging away making computers, and I'm pretty sure that was a bottleneck, even if it was slugged and sloped to the max. So I probably should make a secondary one of those, which is a pain in the ass, of course, because it requires all the stuff that you need. I don't know. Always something. For now, we'll just make the radio control unit. I don't think I'm making... Oh, you know what? That requires the other pain in the ass thing, doesn't it? Our friend, the crystal oscillator. Yeah, that's not terrible. I gotta make a factory for these little fuckers. Pardon my French. Yeah, I might as well spend a little time making that stuff. Alright, we'll make a crystal oscillator factory. I think we actually spent some time the week before last setting up a conveyor system to deliver crystals to our door. And we're obviously making this stuff already. So that shouldn't be bad. It's just plumbing into a manufacturer. Alright, we could do that. So we need... Just jotting down some notes here. Cable. Crystals. Alright. Let's do this thing. All right, ultimately we're going to use it alongside of this stuff, so it might as well be in the vicinity of our other electronics and such. So right now we have computers being made, nope, somewhere. Supercomputers. Back off this way. Yeah, computers are here. We're already splitting it up into every which way. So we got one more output. Might as well steal. Man, I really should make a whole nother facility, but I really don't want to do it. God, because then we got to make, those are bulk stuff, then we'd have to make more circuit boards. God, I don't want to do it. You can't make me do it. I may make a smart switchy thing, probably. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough life here in Satisfactory land. And it's getting dark, cold, and lonely. Anyway, we don't need computers for now. That's later when we make RC units. For now, we need cable, which is being produced right here. So cables there. Crystals and heavy sheets. Crystals, crystals, crystals. They were being brought over from the west. West side. I'm not sure if I'm doing anything with them or where they're going. Let's see. What did I do with my crystals? Honestly, don't remember. I think they're on the back side of the universe. Oh, that's steel. Where are my crystals? Damn you and your no power self. All right, well, let's just follow it from the source, because obviously my memory is shit. It's over here, right? Weirdly enough, that's just iron. steel rather. Ah, okay. Crystals and strange alien matter are off this way. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, I remember now. So that's actually not too terrible. So we got many much crystals right here. There's the crystal getting spot. Ooh, so we got many conveyor belts to go. All right, so crystals are there. I think I'll make a separate conveyor belt for them. I don't know, maybe I guess I could, yeah. I could theoretically tie into this one, but then I'd have to I already have 3 different things coming up through it. All right, I don't think I want to do that. Let's get our bearings. Okay, so that's where we were at. Way down there, off to the west, like I thought. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of conveyor belt action. So we got cable, we got conveyor belt, we got to bring all the way from God knows where, and heavy sheets. I'm making those in a couple places. Can't see them because it's nighttime. Back in the ironworks, of course, mainly. I guess this would be a good getting spot as any. just going off the storage right now. So they're coming from Nya. Alright, I can make a splitter off of you. Works for me. Dude, got it on a shortcut. Why don't you use it for a while? Change. Okie dokie. Well, we're gathering stuff from all over God's country. This is going to be an ugly plumbing job. It's funny, it's like super simple, but yet not. Where should I make it then? I mean, it makes more sense to make it closer to where all the other shit is and have one conveyor belt going to where I actually need it. Alright, so we got crap coming from over there, crap coming from there, and crap coming from all the way. Yeah, I guess it really doesn't stinking matter so much. Alright, let's just find any old spot for it, I suppose. It's going to be ugly no matter what. We got our cable line. Guess we'll branch it off of our cable line. That's not the cable line, bro. Isn't it? It's not. Cable line's back over here. Damn, bro. Cables used everywhere. So basically, probably should steal from either of the other two because they're lower. What are you making? I don't want to steal from computers. totally good there. I'm just gonna steal from this guy. Even though that's the worst one to do, but that's fine. Dude, you have a shortcut. Use the damn shortcut. Super janky. I love it. All right, got an output for cable. Where the hell do we want to set up then? We're going to be using aluminum. We're going to be using computers later. Aluminum computers are our thing, so it doesn't really matter. Could just set it up here. Yeah, that works for me. Could actually just do that. All right, there's one. And we need reinforced iron plates. Way the hell back over here. Right here. Oh no. Let's see. Where are we going with it? Going over there. We can just make it. So we can peek above and get it pointed in the right direction. Don't really need you anymore, do we? Alright, so we need to route it over to there. And this is going to get ugly. Crystals are going to come off from there, so leave one port free. Oh wow, 12 o'clock. Let me get this one conveyor belt routed up, and then I'm going to take a lunch break. I shall do this. Well, no other way to do it than to do it, I suppose. Okay, I'm kind of thinking I want access to that, I think, later on. Kind of thinking over here. Can I scoot it over that way? Not quite sure how tall these things get. Only that tall. I guess I'll have to route it back this way. Very ugly. Oh well, it is what it is. Supervisor's here. He does not approve of the spaghetti. Oops. Try not to be too blatant with stuff like that. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Okay, now we just need our crystals. All right, lovely, lovely crystals. So we probably want our crystals delivered off over here somewhere, I guess. I'm thinking. And they reside right there. So we just need a long-ass conveyor belt. It's just going to be just 10 minutes or something, probably. I'll take one at 12:15, so 12:15 to 12:30. It's 12:09 right now, where I'm at. Not really lunch, I just basically shoved some carbohydrates into my mouth to hold me over. Take a restroom break. All right, so yeah, I guess that's the cleanest place for it. Fairly a direct route over to here. Not gonna let me do that, eh? Fine. Let's see, I'm coming from over there. Uh-oh. Buffering, buffering. Error, error. What's going on? OBS has dropped some frames. Looks good otherwise, though. Doesn't look like I'm continuing to drop frames. Well, sorry if the stream is stuttery or something. YouTube is saying things are crap. Doesn't look like it on the return, though, so I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube is saying it may experience buffering, but OBS looks like it's good, so who knows? You know, actually, it's a good point right now. I think we're gonna do a 15-minute lunch break. Looks okay here. Cool. Thanks, Carl. All right, I'll see you if you want to join me again. I'll be back in 15 minutes, so about 12:30 here. Alright, I'm back a little early. Not that anybody's watching or anything. Alright, let's keep making conveyor belts to nowhere, shall we? Alright, we gotta go from there to there. Let's do another thingamajiggy. I'm going to run out of electric here pretty soon. Yep, there's my power. Oop. Let's see, where are we going? Over there. Yep, too steep. Thought so. Saw a lot of altitude. Whew, ground level. Now, we're off this way. Cool, that ain't so bad. this one. Hey, little guy. Bye-bye. There we go. Awesome. Choo-choo! Crystals coming through. That looks cool. It's stupid, but it works. Hey, here we go. Look at that. We are oscillating. Nice. All right. Yeah. Whew. That was a thing. There we go. Look at that. We're making oscillators. It's glorious. Might as well try to make an RC unit now. What else are we going to do? How are these things coming along? Oh, look at that. We're cranking along. All right. Wow. So nice. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Radio control units. These things, computers, and aluminum casings. And another manufacturer. So, aluminum casings are right there, so that's easy enough. And these things are easy enough, because they're right there. And computers, so the only thing is going to be computers. Which we never have enough of. I'm wondering if I should make this a smart switch thingamajigger. I mean, I honestly should just make a whole other computer manufacturing facility. We need more plastic. That's the main thing. It's holding up everything. I think it'll be okay once I get more plastic. Meh. All right, where are we going with this? Wherever. Guess we'll go this way with it. All right, so that's fine. It'll probably travel through that way. So we'll just put this thing right ahead of that. Makes as good a sense as anything. Doing computers, these things and that thing. So that's fine. I can have that there, and that should be just dandy-o. Leave a little room in case we ever need a splitter in there. Need some aluminum casings. Good enough. That just leaves the computer. Just popping up over here. yesterday. Look at that. Just like that, we're making RC units. Woohoo! Nice. Man, it's looking sketties. Looking like spaghettis over here. Definitely Spaghettiville. So, how be the question? The question is, we need 50 supercomputers to unlock our milestone for nuclear power. Currently, they're all being consumed to make our assembly control unit thing, or whatever the hell these are called, director systems. That's going to take forever and a day, so we need 500 of them. So I think I just answered my own question. I think I may pause this production for now and let my supercomputers build up to 50. So I can clear this milestone. Just leave myself a note. Some notes going here. So many notes. Has anybody got a pen? Here's one. Assembly. Director. System is off. Yeah. Cool stuffs. Scary. Oh, these things. Doesn't that require like nitrogen or something, or some crazy stuff? Yeah. Nitrogen gas, yeah, fused flame. I think that's actually gonna, that's another thing we're gonna have to do. Nitrogen, yay, another resource. And it's got to be packaged and unpackaged. Oh, yay. And like stinking turbo motors. Ugh. Alright. Oh, hey, we actually get nuclear pasta in this particle accelerator. Oh, that's exciting. That feels like end game times. When you start making nuclear pasta, you know, you're getting towards the end. Tasty, tasty nuclear pasta. So we can't start making that yet, because we don't have the recipe. We can't scan for nitrogen yet, because we haven't unlocked it. That'll be the next thing to unlock. We're making these to help us unlock it quicker, which is good. So we need 50 supercomputers. I could technically cobble them together myself. I don't know how quickly they're going to be collecting here. Non-spill coffee, I like it. I'm gonna have to make giant billboards for these things. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to really step up plastic production here. Just got a trickle of computer components coming through because of our plastic shortage. It's no good. It's no good. Man, I thought we sorted that last week. We just can never have enough plastic. I think we used up all of the stuff over here, so we may have to investigate a whole nother set of oil fields. Which is fine, because we're going to need more power anyway. So I think that's going to be our next hurdle. It's an untamed wilderness out there. Well, let's scope out the land, see what's doing. Oh yeah, we're out in God's country here. Yikes. Kind of scattered around. There. Well, we got a shit ton of oil, so that's nice. Damn. That's way off. So we got 3 close by. So I guess we'll hit up those. Oh look, oil. Impure. We want the good stuff. Normal. That sounds good, I suppose. Impure. Alright, we'll get the normal pile. Actually, for plastic production, maybe that's not, impure isn't so bad. So we're going to need a lot of power. I might leave the normal one for the power. I'm thinking. My stairway to nowhere. That's government waste right there. As good as place as any. At least we got water around here too. That'll be good when we make a power plant. Julia! Hey, sleepyhead. Good morning. Doing fine, Julia. We've been a busy little bees this morning. We set up drones delivery of aluminum. We made aluminum product assembly stuffs. Then we made a couple of assembly lines making like little crystal oscillators and radio control units. But we're running into the old not enough plastics thing. Same thing we had last week, basically. Needing more plastic. So I'm searching out for the good stuff here. Nice crude oil. The lifeblood of society. So I'm about to set up 0Calvin plastic facility number 2. I like the bombs better than the chainsaw, to be honest. There we go. Got a little bit of room now to make plastic stuffs. Good thing with bombs, you don't need to have good aim. Catching up with all the moms this morning, huh? I know Jay excused himself to go say hello to his mom. Oh boy. I think I'm gonna do things a little differently this time around. Well, first of all, let me mark this so I know where the hell I am. Let's do a new marker. Marker name. icon. I don't even know. What's a good oil icon? Good miner guy, I guess. I don't really care. It's good enough. Duh. Go. Shining beacon of light. I can find it easier. I think I'm going to run power out this way. If no other reason than that'll let me use my little levitating backpack thing. That'll make it easier while I'm building things. I gotta get power out this way, huh? I should run power up to my stairs. Stairway to heaven. Made that one. So how you been, Miss Julia? You guys being night owls, I hear. We got to get power out to the nether regions now. Everything but the chainsaw. Yeah. Come on, you're not gonna let me do that, huh? Fine. Power tower. This is a good place for tower power. Really? Dude, what's up with you and maxing out your power things, bro? We'll steal off of that one. That's fine. All right. You know, I've been really good for the last few months, Julia, as far as going to sleep. And I've actually, you know, because for a while when I retired, my sleep was messed up and I would stay up really, really, really late and I couldn't get to bed. Eventually I settled in now and I've been doing really well, except for the last couple of days. This week has been, I don't know, I think maybe because I have so many projects going on, maybe my brain doesn't want to shut off or something. Yeah, it's been less than great this week. Oh wow, you're gonna let me go all the way out there? Aren't you generous? Hurry up and build it. I need to land on it, brother. Yipper. The old stupid brain. It definitely needs an off switch. Let's experiment real quick here. What's my range with these things? Fly over here and do my thing? Yeah. No, sort of, kind of. Alright. Probably should make a pole or something. Enough. Hey doggy, can they swim? Yeah, good luck to you. I found usually 8 o'clock. I don't know why I pick 8 o'clock, but usually like 8 o'clock. I used to do it. I think I formed the habit when I used to write, because I'd work, come home, grab some quick dinner, and then I'd be writing, and I'd have to make sure I stopped by 8 o'clock. So I would stop doing anything where I had to really think hard by 8 o'clock to give my brain time to like stop thinking so that I'd be able to go to bed. But nowadays, since I'm retired, I feel like I don't really do that. I work till I drop on things once I'm like interested in it. Okay, well, I guess we got to make some kind of oil thing. Some kind of oil thing is probably going to be a pumpy thing. Guess that's job one. All right, you're going to make 60 Whatsits. I guess we can spruce you up and make 120 Whatsits. Just get some scrap paper, oil, so many notes. Let's see. Okay, so oil 120. Yeah, I try to switch over and like watch a little mindless television, read a book, something like that. That's just mindless consumerism. All right, does anybody remember how to make plastic? I sure the hell don't. Our friend plastic. You know, we should unlock some alternate things here. So, we need plastic, and we need power, so we might as well just combine those. We might as well just use this. So this will output plastic out of the refinery, and this heavy oil residue, which I think we can then run through the refinery and make petroleum coke out of, and then we can just burn that in a power plant. So I think I may go that route. Good enough, right? All right, so we need many, many refineries. Good old refineries. Where are we? There's my other thing. All right. Ah, dude was right. Hold down shift. All right, I'm in control. So we could do 2 of these, and that'll consume my oil. Works for me. Did I build those in the wrong direction? I certainly did. Okay, oil goes out, oil goes in. Comes good stuffs coming out here. You guys are gonna make yummy plastics. Yummy Plastics. You know, that was actually a fictitious company name I used in one of my books. My book, What's the Luck? A little Japanese manufacturing company that made fake food samples out of plastic. Called it Yummy Plastics. All right, Julia, see you. I don't know why you don't want to stick around and watch me make power plants all day. It's way more exciting than going to see the sunlight. But it's okay. I understand. So we got oil there. Oil there, oil there. Got oil everywhere, eh? All right, I guess we should handle the heavy oil stuffs. So we're gonna be making 40 of them. Let's just set up at least one refinery. Okay, 20 each, and this one will take 40 without any modification, so that works. Sounds good to me. Alright, that's going to be making my Coke, 120 Cokes. I didn't leave myself enough room, did I? I guess I kind of did. Well. It's that port. You know what? Let's just move them. Instead of farting around here. No power. So you guys are going to need water, no? Fortunately, we have water. Really? Not deep enough? How rude. This isn't deep enough? Oh man. Here I was thinking we were good on water. Carl here with the wisdom. That's a smart man, Carl. Thanks. Ooh, gonna need a mow. I don't know if that's going to make enough fuel for us, but we'll see, I suppose. Plastics. Actual product we need. Oh God. I don't want to pipe plastics all the way over to God's country. May have to save that for another day. Sort of follow the path I took for the power lines, I suppose. Or, I don't know. God, that's going to be quite a thing. Actually... get my bearings here. Over there, yeah, okay. I think we're just going to stick to the ground. And splice into our current thing over here. So I'll have to go there and follow the river around. Yeah, we could do that. All right. I gotta tidy this up anyway. It's kind of... I guess we got an input right there. Hey, there's our worker. Dude. Oh man, he's still on strike. Well, we're going to totally build plastics right in front of your work site here, your non-work site. Alrighty, so just splice right into there and zoom away. Cool, cool, cool. Coming through. Go right over your head here about. You can watch the assembly line for us. Somewhere in the apartment complex there's an alarm going off. Sounds like my upstairs neighbor's place. What that's about. He's probably cooking up drugs or something. I know I'm heading generally in the right direction, right? Yeah, just hug the beach. That works. Really? Come on, man. man, we used up all our industrial beams. Damn. Well, let's just see what's going on here. I guess we want to come off to the left side. Whoa. Hey, Chief. What do you think? Gonna work? Maybe? Oh my god. Both bosses are here. He says it's okay. How about you? Nothing? Alright, well, I'll just keep going then. Alright. You're the dude spitting out plastic, right? Totally need a combiner. Keep it simple now. Okay, sweet. See how everybody's doing. You're plasticking. Hey, any little extra power is power, right? Basically just a byproduct. And we're getting plastics. Woo! Cool. Really? We got no power around here? It's not enough power. No power! Fine. Whew. All right, look at all that plastic flowing. It's got to help something. If not, we'll make more. And if not, then we'll make more. We got lots of oil. Man, I love it. Cool, man. Well, we accomplished a lot today, I feel. We didn't actually reach any milestones or objectives, but we positioned ourselves to do so, which is nice. This is a nightmare. I think we're still going to need more plastic, believe it or not. I may take the other one I might just duplicate what we just did. I never want to run out of plastic again, god damn it. Alright, let's go do the thing. All right, so oil pump to 2 refineries, one it's a fuel burner. I think this one was regular and that one was impure again, so we'll build off of that one. Yeah, we'll leave that one for the power. Alrighty, well, let's deforest. Doesn't matter so much, I guess. It's going to build out into the ocean. Copper sheets. Oh no. Damn, man. They don't seem like they're replenishing either. That's a no good. Alright, well. I don't know why I want to build these backwards all the time. Damn. You and your stinking copper sheets. Damn, man. No stinking copper. I'm gonna need that for all the pipes. That's lame. Lame. Come on. Give me like 1,000 freaking copper sheets. How am I going to build that? Probably out towards that way. I'll go around behind it. All right, we be making plastics. Dude man, I like that middle mouse button thing. Even more plastics now. What are you doing? Look at that. Abundant plastics. Not bad, not bad. That one will fill up, and this one will it'll overflow to the rest of the stuff soon enough. Yeah, I think we finally relatively decent on the plastic front. Cool beans. Great. Nice. Yeah, it's a bit better. Can always use more plastics, but I think we're not absolutely starving for them now. Cool, man. Well, it's past 2 o'clock. I think it's time to call it a day. Set up a lot of production lines. We didn't reach any goals today, but we're poised to do them next week, which is great. So anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching, or I should say Guy. It looks like just Carl's hanging around. Thanks for watching, Carl, man. Appreciate you keeping me company. I think I'm ending it here though. So let's save the old game. Day 19 is at a close. Oh, you're quite welcome. All right, man. See you again next week if you're around. Cheers.